taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on the platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights in the upbringing of the children, in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets.
Yeah.
Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society.
Yeah.
Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kekere. I mean, we're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, Eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria. Because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. we made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent as by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do them. We do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
My name is John Olonsobi, and welcome to SOUQ TV. We are here at the Africa Credit Expo 2025, and I'm here with
Ehime Ube, Head of Marketing at Oxygen X.
All right, thank you very much. What do you guys do actually?
We are a financial solutions company. We focus on making impact with finance, credit solutions, both lending and investments. So we offer high impact loans and flexible investment opportunities to help Africans grow their wealth.
All right, that's quite interesting. With my experience with regards to credit, I understand that Nigerians still have a bit of loopholes on how to, manage credit, access credit, and all of that. What are you guys doing to, capture that gap, basically?
Yeah, we noticed the loopholes as well. What sets us apart from other lenders is that we offer people the highest credit offers that they can get, regardless of whether this is their first time trying to get a loan with Oxygen X. So other lenders will give you a starter loan to test you out, but we believe in trusting our customers with the best credit offer right from the first time they try us. and we've refined our decision process and our collections process to make sure that we're able to do this sustainably.
All right, well, that's interesting because you talked about first-time lenders and all of that. Now, that's big on data. Data is a big problem in Nigeria. We're trying to see how we can merge or harmonize our data, NI, and all of that. So, how are you going to go about this so you don't become chasers of this, issues? Yeah.
So, a huge support for us is credit registry. That's why we're supporting Africa Credit Expo as well, because their smart score has been really crucial for us to be able to make these credit decisions safely and responsibly, so that we find ourselves not having to chase people for their loans. Our NPLs, which is non-performing loans, is significantly lower when you look at across the industry, especially finance companies like us. So we are very grateful to companies like Credit Registry for doing the work to make sure that we're able to score people and make good decisions in offering people credit.
All right, that's good. And then my final question in regards to the conference we're having today. If there's one thing you are looking forward to picking out from this conference, what would that be?
I want to learn more about what's coming next, especially around the smart score from Credit Registry. I want to see the innovations that they're doing, because that feeds directly into our business. I'm also curious about the panel session around side hustlers and gig workers, because that is a space that has not really been explored for credit companies. Those people are usually left behind when you look at traditional lenders. They're not able to access credit. So I want to see what's coming next in that space.
That's fine. And then before I let you go, what would you like to say to people, Nigerians that are looking forward to this innovation? Because Nigerians are naturally not ready to borrow. We like to pay our stuff outrightly. And this is something come from an experience, having to travel abroad to UK and all of that. I just want to pay for myself. I don't want anybody chasing me and telling me I have to pay within 12 months, 24 months. So what would you like to say to them to encourage Nigerians basically?
I would like to say, first of all, with the changes in our economy, with the way inflation is going, credit is becoming more of a necessity than an option. And it's very important to be very responsible with credit. I don't subscribe to the idea of taking loans just for the sake of it, because every loan that you take has an impact on your credit score. So I think that it's good for people to embrace credit, but responsibly, and learn that it's a very good necessity at this point in time that we are in this economy that we are facing. It's not possible for everybody to buy things outright anymore.
Thank you very much. And please do subscribe to SOUQ TV on YouTube, and you can follow us as well on our radio, the IL 95.9 FM. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. I'm here with
Francis Silva.
What brand do you, what company do you represent?
I work with GSC Motors.
Okay, do you hold any positions, basically?
Sorry?
What positions do you hold at GSC Motors?
I'm a sales manager at GSC Motors.
Amazing, because I have a lot of sales questions, basically, here. Yeah. So, credit system in Nigeria has been one of our major concerns in the financial sector. Everyone is trying to see how we can cushion inflation with, paying bit by bit. But a lot of Nigerians are yet to key into this system. What do you have to say about that?
It works abroad, and in Nigeria, I think we're used to what we're used to. So we don't like trying new things in Nigeria, right? So if we have a good system where the credit system will actually work, I believe Nigerians gradually will fall in place.
Okay, and what, as a company, GSC, I know you guys have amazing cars. Actually, I see them on the road every now and then. So you've come into the system, especially in Lagos, where I stay. I see a lot of GSC Motors. And what are you doing to help cushion the awareness
for credit facilities?
Yeah, exactly.
GSC has been in Nigeria for the past 11 years. We're like the leading company in terms of Chinese cars in Nigeria right now. We have financing partners. We have companies. We have banks that finance cars for individuals, for corporates. So I think we're doing really great. We encourage people that cannot actually afford to buy a car outright to work with some of our financial partners. We have banks, a lot of banks So when people need credit facilities, they come to us. We give them partners and then give them good rates as well too.
Okay, and then credit system actually works relatively with data.
Yes.
How strong is your should I say how strong is your data? How strong is your data system to be able to check, do some certain background checks on people? Because I can walk into GSC Motors and say I want to get is it just NIN and all of that, but what are the steps basically?
So that is why we understand that perfectly. That's why we do not finance ourselves.
Okay.
We have financing partners.
All right.
So that is the job of the banks and the credit facilitators to do their homework.
Mm-hmm.
We just connect our clients to good facilitators or facilities, where they can get credit.
Okay. How is the brand building trust with customers who may be new to structured credit systems?
We, again, as I said, we know we have partners. So that's a question for our partners to answer, basically.
Okay.
But for us, we have our clients, we pride ourselves in giving top-notch customer service to our clients. So regardless if you're going through a financial partner or a credit facilitator, we make sure that you get the best service possible, even from them. So we follow up with the banks, follow up with the facilities, and make sure that you get the best possible from them. In terms of KYC, that is all on them. We are just service providers.
Okay, all right. So and then coming back to the conference, the Africa Credit Expo 2005, what exactly is that we are all here to learn? There's one thing you're looking forward to gaining from here to take back to GSC Motor to help structure out your credit system. What would that be?
Honestly, it would be to encourage people more. We understand that in Nigeria right now, things are hard, right? So people need as much credit facilities as possible. So for us, it's to be able to get a bit more knowledge on credit facilities and all of that. Meet partners, more partners as well, so that can also partner with us to finance cars for our clients. We want GSC to be all over Nigeria. We want every Nigerian to own a GSC. Because GSC is one of the best.
Sure.
Just so we're clear.
All right.
Yes.
No problem, sir.
So we're here hoping to get as many people as possible to come to us. We link them up with financial partners, and then we get them driving the GSC as soon as possible.
Oh, that's good. I'm talking about awareness. This is where SOUQ TV comes in. I would want you to, of course, follow us on YouTube and as well dial into our radio station, ILFM 95.9.
Okay.
And then you can always work with us as well. So it was nice meeting you actually.
Yes, I will do myself a big injustice if I don't talk about our cars. Okay, good.
Sure.
So we have a lot of cars available. We have from the GN8, which is a very luxurious car.
Okay.
You see the one Davido drives?
Yeah,
the boss.
The big one.
Yes, that's GSC. So Davido is one of our ambassadors.
Oh, cool.
Yes, and then we're currently sponsoring the Davido 5 concert all over Nigeria.
All right.
We just left Ibadan last week.
Yes,
we're going to Abuja
on the 14th or so.
On the 14th, and in Lagos on the 25th. We're shutting down everywhere.
Okay.
So we also have the GS8, the GS3, the GS4. And we have electric vehicles as well too. We have the AOY, which is outside there. I'm sure we'll see photos of them later. We have the AOY, right, which is just there. It's fully electric. On a full charge, it takes you 430 kilometers. We also install a charger in your house. You have different types of chargers. So people's concern basically is the charging facilities in Nigeria and power. We have you covered. We have facilities everywhere in Lagos and outside Lagos. I also have a charging center right there in your house. So please look up our electric vehicles, look up our ICE vehicles, that's the internal combustion engine vehicles, because GSC is here to serve you and we are the best.
All right. Nice one. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you very much. Here with Mr. Chinedu.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, so I got information that you are from Asha Microfinance Bank.
Yes.
What exactly do you guys do generally?
Oh, okay. Asha Microfinance Bank is a women-centric microfinance bank. So we give out credit facilities to women-owned businesses across the country. Presently, we'll have over 269 branches across Nigeria. And obviously, we are not only in Nigeria, we have Asha, Uganda, Asha, Kenya, and the likes.
Oh, that's amazing. That means this conference is more tilted towards what you do, basically.
Definitely.
All right, amazing. So, looking at the Nigerian system, we understand how Nigerians are when it comes to credit. We still don't understand what benefits we get basically around credit. We just think about borrowing and then taking it out. How do you guys go about, ensuring that people have this proper awareness towards credit system?
Okay, so we basically don't just give out loans So what we call ourselves are relationship officers goes out in the market. So we actually study your business and actually know the exact products your business needs. So for some persons, they might just need a small term loan that will just last for 1 month. Then some of them, their business needs a long-term loan. And so we actually study your business, we evaluate your business, and then prescribe a particular product for your business. So it's on the evaluation we actually get to find out if you actually need a loan or you don't need a loan, or maybe you would enroll you to our savings product or enroll you into our insurance products. And so that's it.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the complexity around the credit system in Nigeria compared to other countries,
yes.
What are the limitations that you face on a daily activity?
Oh, well, there is a whole lot of limitations, but thank God for the credit portals we have. That's the credit registry and the XDS and the credit bureau, where prospects, BVNs, and businesses are checked in these platforms to find out their credit character. Okay. So that has also helped a lot of times, where you can be able to see the person's past credit history, the person's character. So that helps you to make a better decision. Also, when it comes to collateral also, I think we also have the Nigerian collateral registry, where collaterals are registered. So for any client giving you any form of collateral, you're going to pass it through that collateral to find out if the collateral is the incumbent before you can venture into having a business relationship with the person.
All right.
Away from all of this, there are still other challenges where you have people putting up shops, businesses that doesn't belong to them. You have situations where people connive and join to share the monies given out and the likes. Yeah, so there are challenges also, but over time we are getting around them.
Oh, that's beautiful. My last question will be around customer experience.
Okay.
So what are customers demanding today that they were not demanding 2 years ago from your business?
You said what are they demanding
now that they were not demanding 2 years ago from your business?
Oh, okay. So I think now the loan limits the limit had now increased. What I mean is that 2 years ago, you'd see customers that are making do with maybe 500, a 1 million loan. But now the limit had now increased. So we are seeing clients coming to us, the businessmen coming to us, they need 30 million, they need 50 million. So the loan size presently had actually increased.
All right.
Yeah.
Scaling between 1 to 10, 10 being the, let's say, highest advice, should I say positive? Okay. Yeah, how do you see the credit system going in Nigeria?
Oh, I would say for now, if they had actually adopted the GSI, that will also include the microfinance bank, I would be rating them an 8, but for now, I'll do them a 5.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. No problems. And then lastly, we're at the conference right now, talking about credit and all of that, Expo 2025. What's the one thing you'll be taking back home, to your colleagues and customers as well from this conference?
Well, because the conference had not really kick-started well, we are yet to see what the masterclass. I'm looking forward to the MSME masterclass. And I will the exposure also, meeting the MSMEs also. That's basically why I'm here.
All right.
I want to network.
All right. Yeah. We mentioned awareness. Yeah. And this is where SOUQ TV comes in. I'd love you and your company to go to YouTube and follow us on YouTube. Okay. And as well, we have our radio station, the High FM 95.9, where we broadcast to the entire world. Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Yeah.
Good day to you and welcome. This is SOUQ News Television. We're all about business, economy, and development. And we are reaching you live from the Landmark Event Center, where the African Credit Expo is taking place, the largest and pioneer credit bureau credit registry, making a platform for where both businesses and credit organizations converge on how to do business, not only in the continent of Africa, but specifically in Nigeria. And we, SOUQ News Television, we are here to facilitate this conversation so the businesses can meet the public and the public can meet the businesses and the businesses can meet the credit organizations where they can convert, talk about business and to facilitate the smooth transactions that normally take place in our society. And I'm sitting with one of the business representatives right here. Good day to you.
Good day to you too.
Yes. So tell us about your organization and what you do.
So Baobab Microfinance Bank is one of Nigeria's most trusted credit lending industry, and we provide business loans and savings to individuals and business loans to SMEs, entrepreneurs, just businesses in general.
But how aware is the public about you, that you are a credit organization that facilitates, businesses between individuals and the organization?
So we've been, like I said, we've been in the business for 15 years, so that's like a long time. And we're in 7 regions across the country. We have branches, 36 branches across Nigeria. So yeah, we're very involved in the digital space, and also we have physical branches across Nigeria. And we also recently launched a savings app called Jollof Plus, which provides allows people to save and earn up to 21.6%. So we've been able to penetrate the digital space and also physical space at large.
Okay, so in your journey as a credit organization, how credit worthy are Nigerian businesses, most especially the small and medium-sized enterprises? Because we've seen cases where some platforms borrow businesses to borrow or give credit to both individuals and businesses. And we've seen cases where these organizations will have to come to social media when there's loan default, and they tend to run a very, very bad campaign about the organizations that are owing them, and they felt that's the right way to get back to them. Have you had any of such experiences? And if you have, how did you handle it?
So we, before we give out loans to businesses, we run checks. And you have to tick all of our boxes. So there are regulatory checks that we need to go through before you can get your loan. So if you do not tick those boxes, we can't just give out loan, because that means your credit history is not trusted. So we do all of those checks before giving out loan. And we've not had that kind of, I don't think we've ever come across such issue where we're having to go to social media or drag people to get our loan.
Okay. So now, what are those boxes that you teach?
So we request for stuff like your guarantor. We check that. We check your credit history. We check your business, because you can't request
viable.
And if you can afford to pay back what you're requesting for. So we were not just a microfinance bank that just want to give out loan. We want to ensure that you're actually doing well with your business. And if we realize that you can't afford the loan that you're requesting for, we advise you on the amount you can get and how to use it to grow your business. So we are not just we don't just want to be your credit partner. We want to be your financial business partner.
Advisor.
Yeah, we give advices. Okay. We provide insights on how to grow your business, how to use your loan wisely, and what you can afford to get before. So most times when we go through all of those checks and help you put things in order, it's easier for you to now pay back your loan.
Great. I like the fact that your company, Baobab, like you said, you operate prominently on the digital space. And so when you're checking the credit history of businesses or individuals that are approaching your organization for credit, do you liaise with other financial institutions across the country to possibly get data from them to assess?
Yeah, obviously, we cannot just if we want to check your credit history, we go in depth and relate to, so when you check credit history, I think you can see the how trusted the person is and how fast they repay their loan. You can if you check someone's credit history, you can also know if they're good at paying back loans or if they're defaulters and all of those things. So we can't do that on our own. You have to partner with like checking with
other financial institutions like banks. Like banks?
Yeah. The credit history. There's a credit history.
There's a credit history. Yeah. But that credit is does it capture all those in the Nigerian space that goes to borrow to get credit from financial institutions?
So if you check your credit history as an individual, that you will know how variable you had to get loans. You will know if you're because there are some people that don't know their credit history. They might have probably bought something somewhere, paid for something somewhere with their card and all of those information, and they're not aware that they have like their credit score is low, or situations where we have people that open bank accounts and then they leave it dormant thinking that, but the bank account is going in red, like you have like minus and stuff.
Okay.
So when you check your credit history, you can see such informations about an individual. So it's even advisable for individuals that are not, even if you're not looking into getting loans, like you need to check your credit history so you understand where you are personally in the financial space.
Okay. So now, tell us a little bit more about your organization and how receptive your services are to small businesses and some of the gains that you have made.
The gains we've made from small businesses.
That you have made not only in promoting small businesses, like serving as their financial advisors and mentoring them to grow, some of the successes that you have recorded.
Okay, so I'll use give an example of one of our customers that started, he sells spare parts and started as a very small business owner, and he used to have issues with loan companies and was very, when we approached him, he wasn't very convinced because he has had issues with loan companies and the likes, but we're able to have conversations with him, we're focused on you, like, so we're here for you, not just because we want you to collect loans from us, but we want you to grow. We want to be your partner, long-term partner. So have conversations with him, taught him how to help his business grow. And we've been in the business with him for like 5 years now. And he's from a small shop to like a very big shop. So we're not into just big businesses. We do with small business owners, market people, farmers and the likes, as long as...
Okay, so you have a physical presence, and your physical presence is reading Baobab.
Yeah, Baobab Microfinance Bank.
Microfinance Bank. Oshadari Damilola Grace, it's been nice having this conversation with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Full name, please.
Okpeoluwa Adekoya.
Okay, Okpeoluwa Adekoya.
Yes.
This is SOUQ News Television.
Okay.
We are all about business, economy, and development.
Okay.
And that's the reason why we are registering our presence here today, and we are glad we are speaking to someone from the financial services sector.
Okay.
Great. So tell us the name of your organization and what you do.
Okay. I represent Credit Direct Finance Company Limited. We are a lending first financial technology company, a subsidiary of the FCMB Group. We have been in service for over 18 years now. And we are, I like to say we're really good at what we do, and we'll be offering quite a huge value for over 2 million Nigerians over the past 18 years. We offer lending. More recently, we started offering fund management and investments to Nigerians via our mobile app. That's the Credit Direct mobile app. We also have a buy now, pay later service. So think of it as embedded credits in commerce sectors, both for e-commerce and physical commerce. So we have over 1,000 merchants, including popular names like Konga, Slot, Electromat, and the likes, with which we offer buy now, pay later services. Shoppers can get up to 1 million naira with our buy now, pay later service and spread their payments over 6 months. And even most recently, we have something, for business owners also. It's called Credit Direct Business. It's a fund management platform also, or solution for businesses, where you could do single and bulk transfers very seamlessly. I think it's one of its kind, especially when we talk about how intuitive, the bulk transfer feature works. We also offer interest, up to 22% interest for these businesses who, keep the idle funds on the platform.
What's that platform from? Like keeping their idle funds under your platform with an expectation of getting like 21%?
22%.
22%.
Yes,
what's it called?
Credit Direct Business.
Credit Direct Business.
Yes, so that's it. It's a business fund management platform. It's web-based, with which you could keep your funds, both idle and active funds.
Period of time, duration?
So 22% per annum, 22% interest per annum, up to 22% interest per annum. On our mobile app, we also have something similar for individuals that are looking to make the most of their money. So I think of it this way: when you keep your money in a wallet account with Credit Direct on Credit Direct app, just being on the wallet account where you can make your transfers, where you could buy your data, you could recharge card, pay for your cable, your DSTV, your GoTV. But the idle funds in your wallet there get you 10% per annum interest, just staying there. And then when you invest, you could invest with yield. Yield is our core investment product. It's embedded on the app. You can get up to 21% in interest per annum.
You have fantastic products.
Yes.
How many people are aware of this?
Oh, no. Millions of Nigerians. Like I said, we've been doing this for 18 years now. We've served well over 2 million Nigerians, and
2 million is insufficient. We have more than 200 million people in Nigeria, and if we are talking about the youth population that are adept to erecting a startup business, we are talking about more than 33 million. There are even 67% of that. So please tell us how you've been able to penetrate the market, and tell us about your experiences in the market dealing with people, with Nigerians.
Okay. Yes, so I think that our growth, our successes, because I dare say that we're one of Nigeria's most profitable financial technology companies, and one of our successes, or our successes, have been largely attributed to our strategic partnerships with with organizations, with businesses, with individuals who we also serve. Just being thoughtful about how we create value for them. Let me give you an example of Credit Direct Checkout. We've already made a name for ourselves with Sharp Loans. We are known as Sharp Loans, especially in private sector. In the public service, public sector. Think about the ministries, think about your paramilitary and the likes. But we thought of a way to just, because when people take these loans, they obviously want to pay for products and services. So why not meet them at the points of commerce, at points of sales? So it's things like that. It's thinking like that. Empathetic approach to business, to technology, to service. I think that's how we've been able to make the strides that we're making today. We've also noticed the need for financial education, and as we know, a lot of Nigerians are either underbanked or unbanked. So and for those that even have some sort of financial technology access or financial access, there's not a lot of financial education going on. A lot of people don't know what they get to, how they can responsibly access credit. In this part of the world, we frown, culturally frown on credit, on loans and things like that. We have a perception of someone that takes a loan and things like that. But, these are things that in more advanced countries, people leverage to build wealth, to empower or, increase their quality of life. So these are things that we're also working on: financial education, financial literacy, to help people invest.
Yes, and lastly, I want to know, have you had encounters with loan defaulters and how have you been able to handle that? Because that's very, very important.
Absolutely.
Yes, please, just in a minute.
Yes, I think that is, obviously there's no one that would work in financial technology space, especially lending, and say they don't meet defaulters. But I think there's two things that are important. A constant reminder of why it's important to pay your loans and pay them on time and pay them as you should, so that you don't affect your credit score. That's something we're heavy on. That's something we're big on. This constant reminders. Also ensuring that we do it ethically. We hear of stories of very interesting ways of getting funds back, but we do not go that route. We try to keep it ethical. We try to remind them that when you take a loan today, it impacts your ability to take a loan tomorrow, depending on how well, you handle your repayments and stuff like that.
All right, so your name, please.
So my name is Ini Samuel. Ini Samuel.
Ini
Samuel, yes.
Okay.
I work with Action Microfinance Bank.
Action Microfinance Bank.
I work in the marketing communications team.
Great.
As the marketing communications officer.
Great. And I'm talking to the right person.
Yeah.
So tell us about what Action Microfinance Bank do and how it does what it does.
Okay, so Action Microfinance Bank is the term implying microfinance bank. So we are a national microfinance bank licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. We've been in existence for over 19 years now. Next year is our 20th anniversary. And basically, Action Microfinance Bank, we cater to the SME, small, medium enterprise people. We try to impact low income businesses. So you're a trader, a market woman, you earn less than the average people. Action Microfinance Bank is here for you, basically. So we have over 76 branches in 15 states currently, and we've been impacting life ever since.
So how do you give credit, you perform credit services to small and medium-sized enterprises, including individuals?
Yeah.
Right. And so how do you do that? Because when you do that, how do you ascertain the credit history of these persons to give you the confidence to be able to advance credit to them?
Okay, so we have different processes when it comes to ascertaining someone's credit eligibility, basically. So we have credit registry where we check the person's credit eligibility aside other platforms, which I probably will not mention right now.
Okay.
So, but what we do is we have different processes. Our internal control team, we have different processes we get to check. And because of the kind of business you do, so there are different processes that pertains to that kind of business. So you have low income earners. The same credit history you check an SME person is not the way you ascertain the creditworthiness of a business person, probably a trader in the market. So basically, those are two different processes we use in-house.
So, and were you able, in your dealings with the public, have you experienced, some unsavory relationship with business defaulters? Credit defaulters, and how were you able to handle that?
Okay, so Action Microfinance Bank is a big organization in Nigeria as a national microfinance bank, right? So we have departments that handle such.
Okay.
So we have the recovery departments that handle such. We also have the customer experience that gets to call those people to remind them of their obligations to us, basically. So you're taking a loan from 3 months to 6 months to even a year. So we are always on the process. We are always calling them 24 hours, or maybe when it gets to the point of their loan maturing.
Yes.
So we call them in-house to call them to remind them, basically, to remind them of the obligations to pay. Then once we have issues where someone has default, then we have the legal and other departments that gets to
take it up.
Yeah, take it up.
So lastly, what's your objective here today in this African Credit Expo?
Okay, so our major objectives, we have an expo, we have an exhibition here, which we intend to meet a lot of customers. We intend to talk to them about products, make more awareness about the Action brand, and also to be part of the events, basically, to see what they have Credit Expo is all about and what they have for us in store today.
Ini Samuel, it's nice speaking with you.
Nice speaking with you.
You're very much welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So, good day to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so let's meet you.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel what?
Yeah, Emmanuel Ubo.
Okay.
I'm the business development manager for Gree Air Conditioners in the whole of Nigeria. And Gree is a product that is a household name for air conditioners. And when I talk about air condition, I talk about premium air conditioners. So Gree has been in the Nigerian market since 2000. And Gree was actually started as a business in the world in 1991. But Gree entered into the Nigerian market in 2000, and it's been distributed by Choice International Group by my able chairman, Chief Dana Chen. And Gree is one of the best air conditioners. It's actually #1 global AC in the world.
Okay, so this is African Credit Expo. What are you doing here?
Yeah, for Africa Credit Expo, we have come to leverage on that and how we can actually make our customer to get our product at a very, very good price and affordable price, and get the services that is obtainable with the Gree products.
Okay, so does that mean you're partnering with microfinance bank or other credit institutions, financial institutions to facilitate a payment system that is convenient for both you as an organization and both for those who take interest in your product?
Okay, for Gree, we have partnered with several financial institutions like Union Bank. We've partnered with Access Bank previously, but we have come here so as to take it further, so as to partner with 1 or 2 financial institutions, whereby they can actually walk into those financial institutions and get our product at a very, very reasonable price, and they have a very, very comfortable payment plan.
Okay, so the payment plan is what I'm even concerned about now. So tell us the field that you're aware of about the payment plans.
For the Union Bank, you have to be a banker with a Union Bank, with a Union Bank account, and you have a payment plan, about 4 or 5 payment plan. So Union Bank is buying from us directly, but for Union Bank, giving to their customers, there's a payment plan of 4 months and 6 months, whereby customers are able to actually purchase and pay gradually.
Oh, great. That's fantastic. Now, lastly, how have you been doing, with your competitors? I understand your product has been in the market for a long time. So have you been dealing with competition and staying afloat and competitive?
When you talk about competitors, of course, if you don't have a competition in any sphere of life, it's more like you remain a mediocre. But for Gree products, we have good competitors, and it has helped us to improve, and it has made us to be very creative in our modern designs, in our creativities, and it has helped us even in our research and development as a product. So for Gree and competitors, we have been the best in the market and will remain the best because our researches are very unique and creative.
All right. It's nice speaking with you.
You too.
You're very much welcome.
Thank you.
You're very
Okay.
Good day. So, let's meet you.
All right, my name is Susan Omiete. I work with Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation. Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation.
Okay. So what do they do?
So it's a development financial institution. It was a fulfillment of the president's promise while he was campaigning. The president has always promised that he wanted every Nigerian to have access to credit to improve the quality of life, right? So what we do is we have 3 mandates. We have wholesale lending, we also have cultural orientation, and we also have infrastructure. The core of what we do is to ensure that credit gets to the last person, the last mile, right? Every consumer, every Nigerian should have access to credit to improve their way of life. And so far, we have been able to partner with about 33 banks, and we have also been able to get credit across to over 182 beneficiaries so far.
How do you get credit across to people? How do you assess, select, and assess the credit history
of everything? So one of our core things that we do at Credit Corp is collaboration, right? Because we can't do everything ourselves. We are able to collaborate with credit bureau system, we collaborate with banks, right? Like I said, we have about 33 banks that we have partnered with. So what we do is that when we give this wholesale lending, we provide funds. You know, cost of funds is very expensive out there. So we get the funds, the federal government, we get funds, and then we give to these banks, we give to fintechs, we give to microfinance bank, and they by extension give these funds to the beneficiaries, right? So we don't lend directly to consumers.
Okay.
We lend to banks. That's what is the wholesale lending is about. So and then we tell them that you have to make the credits very affordable. That's where we come in. So you might be getting your funds at a high rate, but we're giving it to you at very subsidized rates as a bank. And then we tell you that you should get to the consumer at very affordable rates.
If I am applying for credit for my business, as someone who just wants to get bread from bakery to sell, or to just engage myself in an SME, do I apply straight to the bank, but not through you? How do I apply through the Nigerian Credit
Consumer
Commission?
First of all, I'd like to say that we don't necessarily do businesses. We deal directly with consumers.
Yes.
You know, there are other government parastatals that the government has set up, like Bank of Industry and DBN and the likes. But if you want to access credit as an individual, all you need to do is check the banks that we have partnered with. We have them on our websites. If you go to this bank and you tell them, I want to access credit with Credit Corp financing.
Credit Corp financing.
Credit Corp financing, which is
Credit Corp financing.
Yes.
Okay.
Credit Corp financing is more affordable. Do you get? So now they know that, okay, this is what you want, so they give it to you because our rates are one of the most affordable rates out there today.
Lastly,
yes,
I can spend the whole day talking with you because it's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Lastly, do you determine how these financial institutions administer these loans, putting it to consumer, and how do you assess them to know what exactly they do, that they are actually, their services are tailored towards the expectation and mandates that
right? Before we even give them the funds, we come in, we have some sort of partnership, we have like an understanding. You remember, I don't know if I'd mentioned, we have 5 focus areas, we call them 5 thematic areas rather: mobility, green financing, home improvements, and life essentials. We tell them it's also there. Whatever credit you are giving, it has to be solving this problem. You remember that we are trying to improve the life of a Nigerian. So we also assess them periodically. So we do a quarterly report on them. We check them. We get the end beneficiary list. So for everybody they give these funds to, we also have the data, and we do M&E. Our checking is very, very thorough to ensure that they are not even overcharging them. The interest rates are very affordable. We have a series. If you check our YouTube, we have Humans of Credit Corp, right? If you see beneficiaries that have real-time beneficiaries that have access to credit, and they give their own testimonials on how it was easy through any of the banks. We have banks. We partner with Action. We have Stanbic. We have EcoBank. We have Wema. We have MFBs. We have FinTech. So that's how we ensure that they do the right thing.
Susan, it's nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Here with SOUQ.
Hi,
what brand do you represent basically?
I'm a brand manager at Fair Money Microfinance Bank.
Fair Money, yeah, we've all heard about Fair Money. So what do you guys do generally?
Well, if you ask people, typically they'll tell you that we're lenders, which is not wrong, but it's also incomplete. So we started out as a lender, but we have evolved into a full-fledged digital bank. So Fair Money offers everything that you can think of, from savings to loans to, banking services, bill payments. Just think of anything you can do with your traditional bank. You can do that with Fair Money as well.
All right, quick one. You know how difficult it is, the complexity around credit system in Nigeria. I mean, we see some skits or should I say memes online, how credit companies chase after people. How has this been for you guys as a company in Nigeria?
Well, so I think that's actually something that we have, experienced, because there are a lot of people that think that we also harass or we chase people. We do not do that. No, we don't. We will call you. We have a collections team in Nigeria. They'll definitely call you if you're owing, but we also ensure that we are ethical with our practices as well. So we're not going to start, coming to your house or posting your picture online. That's in violation of, your rights as a human being, and also in violation of NDPR guidelines. So we do not do that, right? But it's something that we do see because people take loans and they don't want to pay back. But we're pushing through.
All right. I want to ask a question around financial inclusion. Inclusion is still a major agenda. What practical steps are needed to bring undeserved communities, into credit economy?
I would say technology, for example, technology is a very important part to help scale or help improve access to finance for people in underserved communities. So I will give you, for fair money, I would say technology has played a huge role. Before, if you want to do address verification, you had to do it physically. So you had to, find someone that is going to go to this location, start verifying addresses of people that are living there. But now, thankfully, with technology, you can easily just geotag, the location of somebody based on where they settle at the end of the day. And so it's easier now. I still feel like more needs to be done, especially now that we have more people that are using smartphones. It has made it easier, but Nigeria still sits at the bottom of the pyramid when you compare us to other countries. So I think that technology is definitely the first part. I would also say support from the government, right? The government is doing so much. And I think that most times we don't really share information, but the government is actually doing so much. There's so many initiatives that they are introducing to help, people get more access to finance, right? And so, yeah, I think that technology, that's what I would definitely say. Now, technology.
Buttressing on technology, basically, how are you guys, shaping, the narrative around data? I mean, we hear a lot of people say, I don't want to go into it. I don't want to do all of this technical stuff because of my data and all of that. I don't want anyone to come tomorrow and say, someone borrowed money using my name and all of that. What are you guys doing to bridge that gap?
So the good thing is, for us, we have security measures in place. So before we extend credits or before we even, lend to anybody, there are verification measures that we make sure we put in place and we check as well. So one thing for us that we do is we always verify your identity. Okay. And it's more than just entering your name. We are going to cross-check with your BVN or checking your NIN. If you open a fair money account today, you have to, it's part of your KYC requirements. You have to enter your NIN, right? And then after NIN, we take it a step further by verifying, your address. And even when you apply for a loan, we pull your reports from the credit bureau. So it's not like you're just applying with this person. We have to go and pull the reports and be sure that you are who you say you are. Okay. And we're verifying with your BVN as well. So all of these things are in place to make sure that people are not collecting loans on behalf or taking loans using the names of other people or stealing their identities and stuff like that. So we do that as well here.
All right. Before I let you go, what's the one thing you're looking out for from this expo?
I think I'm looking at connecting with like-minded people. I'm always open to networking, open to partnership opportunities with other brands. So yes, I think that's really what I'm looking forward to, and the conversations as well.
All right.
I'm interested in the conversations.
Yeah, talking about conversations, partnerships, and connections, we'd like you to follow us on YouTube at SOUQ TV and our radio station, the Island FM 95.9. And we'd love to see you. I will get to see you to partner. Definitely. I'll do that for you right now. I'll do that for you, man. Thank you very much, everyone. I will see you guys some other time.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wale Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, right, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting clerks, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having that 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody's perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses and even the higher up.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. Now let's begin. The federal government is intensifying upgrades of airport infrastructure to raise aircraft utilization for Nigerian airlines. Officials said limited operating hours have kept local aircraft at 7 to 8 hours daily instead of the global 16 to 18 hours. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, confirmed ongoing installation of airfield lighting, runway expansions, and new navigational aids across 6 airports. Airline operators warned that underutilized aircraft are causing heavy financial losses. Ibom Air said each aircraft loses about 3.6 billion naira yearly to reduced flight hours, totaling over 32 billion naira for its 9 Airbus A220s. Operators added that delays in Abuja airspace, lack of radar use, and long holding patterns worsening fuel waste and safety concerns. Experts insist that larger fleet sizes and better air support, better air infrastructure are needed for profitability. They said airlines flying only 150 to 200 hours monthly lag behind global operators, doing over 3,000 hours. Stakeholders urge government agencies to reduce charges and accelerate facility upgrades, noting that improved utilization could unlock billions in revenue and enhance the industry's competitiveness. Now, the federal government says it is working with the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, to revise transmission regulation and open the national grid to private investment. Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu disclosed this at the PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC Power and Utilities Roundtable in Lagos, noting that the move aims to reduce the government's 100% funding burden for grid infrastructure. He said a willing buyer financing mechanism now allows private players to invest directly in load centers, substations, and transformers with clarity on cost recovery. Adelabu emphasized that consumer leveling financing is essential for sustainability, adding that renewable energy adoption is easier to finance than large-scale generation and transmission. The minister highlighted ongoing support for the World Bank, AFDB, GIZ, and AFD, that subsidies covering up to 30% of system cost, and new facilities such as JICA's $190 million loan and the World Bank's $750 million loan, DARES fund, are accelerating renewable deployment. He said these measures will expand energy access, boost rural productivity, and grow Nigeria's clean energy market. The Nigerian Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NACIMA, has partnered with a German agency for international cooperation to boost cross-border agricultural trade and support small businesses across West Africa. At the Lagos launch of the ECOWAS Agricultural Trade Project, NACIMA highlighted agriculture's rising contribution to Nigeria's gross domestic product, climbing from 24.64% in the fourth quarter of 2024 to an estimated 27.8% in early 2025. The Chamber said the initiative will tackle export bottlenecks by building the capacity of agribusinesses and improving their access to regional markets. Officials noted that the ECOWAS region, with over 400 million consumers, offers major untapped opportunities for Nigerian producers. GIZ said the project will enhance standards, reduce non-tariff barriers, and strengthen value chains through improved infrastructure, better market information, and targeted support for youth and women-led SMEs. Stakeholders added that the program will expand market access, promote food security, and help agribusinesses compete more effectively across regional borders. Now, Indonesia's recent floods and landslide in Sumatra have caused widespread devastation, over 900 confirmed deaths, nearly 400 missing, and almost 1 million people displaced. The National Disaster Agency estimates that rebuilding the affected areas will cost 51.8 trillion rupiah, placing significant pressure on government resources. The central government has increased fiscal support for local administration in ACEH, North Sumatra and West Sumatra to assist recovery and reconstruction efforts. Emergency response teams continue to work and rescue operations and the provision of relief supplies to displaced residents. The economic impact of the disaster extends beyond immediate relief, as infrastructure damage and business disruptions could affect local and regional markets. Analysts note that effective reconstruction and support will be critical to restoring economic stability and ensuring long-term resilience against future climate-related events. Germany's industrial production jumped 1.8% in October, surpassing analysts' expectation of a 0.3% increase, marking a notable acceleration from September's revised 1.1% growth. Now, the stronger-than-expected output signals a potential rebound in German economy in the final quarter of 2025. The increase was driven by gains across manufacturing sector, reflecting robust domestic demand and recovery in key industries. Economists view this surge as evidence that Germany is regaining momentum after months of slower industrial activity. Investors and policymakers are optimistic that continued growth in industrial output will support broader economic expansion, increase business and confidence, and potentially influence the European Central Bank's future monetary policy decisions. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Just stay with us.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, population of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even
Yeah, hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, here we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the African stories differently. And today, and across Africa, millions of adolescent girls step into womanhood, carrying a burden they never choose. The burden of menstrual inequity, according to UNICEF 2024, nearly 1 in 10 African girls miss school during menstruation, largely due to stigma, poor sanitation, and lack of access to menstrual hygiene products. And the World Bank adds that girls can lose up to 20% of their school year because of menstruation-related barriers, particularly in low-income communities. This silent inequality fuels school dropouts, early marriages, and limits the leadership potential of young women, perpetuating the cycle of poverty and gender disadvantage. I am Omevi Idolo, and this is Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And I will not be doing this alone. I'll be doing this with Emmanuel Amulo. Hello, Emmanuel.
And your favorite person on top TV. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. And of course, hello, Africa. Welcome to our first episode of Just Africa this week.
For this week.
And we had to start on a very, very important, crucial conversation. I'm glad to be on this conversation because I've led it in my own small quarter, even though I'm a man.
Yeah.
I remember during my days on radio, one of the things that I always hammered on was the fact that this particular thing that women feel or go through should not be something that they should be ashamed of, since it is a natural occurrence.
Yeah.
But I remember when I had this conversation, similar conversation on radio, I was getting feedback from men
and women.
Yeah.
Someone even blatantly told me, "Why are you discussing this on radio?"
Yes,
And I'm like,
yes.
"Are you serious right now? Don't you have sisters or female relatives in your?" He said, "Yeah, but it is. I think he said it was forbidden or something."
Yeah, they'll tell you it's
Yeah.
either spiritual,
Yeah. And in my head, I was like,
something that should be hidden.
Okay, perhaps there's so much misconception that has been grown and groomed across people. And the fact that I heard it from a man, perhaps you would have said, okay, the man is ignorant, right? Then when women started calling in, and so they're like, no, they don't want to talk about this thing, that it is private. It is just like, wait a minute. What is wrong with people? That's how I thought. But thank God I'm having this conversation with you and, of course, our guest. And let me lend my voice into
Yes,
so I'll rather play as a second guest.
You know, it's very important to lend your voice, because some time ago I had a conversation with this young man, and as we were talking, and he said, "That's rubbish that women sees." And I'm like, "Did you just say rubbish?" I said, "Okay, it's rubbish. It's okay. But I pray you get married to a woman who doesn't menstruate." And he was like, "Why would you say that?" I said,
but that's not the rubbish.
It's rubbish.
It's the ignorance.
So I'm telling you now that you marry a woman who doesn't menstruate, so you don't have a child. At least when you marry a woman like that, there is a 90% chance that you can never have a child.
So maybe when they understand the human and woman physiology, and of course the way God had created it and designed the woman to be, you will know that, like I said, it is a natural occurrence. But then it's still part of the enlightenment that needs to continue to happen. We need to advocate that people get to know these things so that they can handle it better. And that way, some people will not have to be scared, or young girls will not have to be scared of living this life.
You know, on today's show, we unpack the hidden crisis. You know, it's not just the myth. We'll unpack the hidden crisis affecting the continent's next generation of women. Why are so many girls still missing school because of their periods? Why cultural beliefs are keeping families silent? And what must governments, communities, and innovators do to ensure that no girl is held back by something so natural, just as Amulu said? We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, you'll meet our guest. And, of course, she will be helping to unpack this interesting conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. On today's Just Africa, we explore this urgent issue in our conversation titled Breaking the Cycle of Menstrual Inequity in Africa's Adolescents. And our guest today is Abundance Dixon. She is a social impact advocate, sexual and reproductive health advocate, program manager, and researcher. She is a dynamic social impact practitioner who has spent years empowering young people to make informed health decisions. Through her work with women Ascension, the AIDS, that's AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and the Coalition for the Promotion of Gender Justice, Abundance is helping to rewrite the narrative for adolescent girls across Nigeria. Hello, Abundance. Okay, please turn on your device and so we can have this conversation. So while she's doing that, Amulo, yes. Okay, Abundance, hello. Welcome to the show.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ma, for having me.
Yeah. Yes, it's good to have you on the show. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, Ma. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go into the topic. So when we say menstrual inequity, what does that mean? And why is it so persistent in the African society?
Okay, I would say menstrual inequity is when a girl cannot have access to the right and accurate information on how to manage herself during her menstruation. And she doesn't also have the right products to use in terms of sanitary pads when she's having her menstruation. So that can be defined as menstrual inequity.
Okay.
And why it is so persistent in African society is because menstruation as a word has always been seen as a hush topic. We don't talk about it. We don't frequently talk about it in our homes, even in our schools. That is always like a secluded topic where it's always hidden all the time. When you want to talk about menstruation, the boys have to be separated. The girls, they make sure that it's only girls who are menstruating should hear about menstruation. In the normal sense, it's not supposed to be so. So that's why menstruation is a hidden topic in Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. How about you will help us adjust your device a little so we can hear you clearer?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So looking at what you've done in your community, the experience you have gathered, how do stigma, myth, and misinformation affect adolescent girls' confidence and participation in schools? Just as you rightly said now, it has to be hidden. But from your experience, how does it really affect the girl child?
Okay. From the girls I have seen when I'm carrying out research and all of that, the girl child menstruation as a whole affects their mental health because during classes they cannot concentrate due to menstrual cramps, and there are so many myths concerning menstruation that as a woman or as a girl menstruating, you don't go close to boys or else you will get pregnant. That is a myth, and it has really affected girl child in terms of her mental health. She can't concentrate in school, and another myth we have seen or we have heard is that as a girl menstruating, you don't cook for people. You don't even cook for yourself, which is not supposed to be so. That's a big myth that we are trying to address, especially when it comes to religion.
Yeah.
Okay, Abundance. The truth is, I like this conversation, but in terms of the social development goals, especially number 5, which deals with gender inequality or gender equality rather, how does this help to balance that out? You know, talking about menstruation and of course menstrual equality.
Okay. Gender equality, as we could say, is when girls and boys are given equal rights and opportunity. But when it comes to the female, there are so many inequalities around them. When it comes to females, we don't achieve equality because even in the workspace, you could hear things like, oh, as a woman, you're not supposed to lead a parade because you are menstruating. Meanwhile, as a lady, you have the capacity, you have the potential to lead and lead very well. But because of your menstruation, they would say, no, don't lead in this parade. So that is where we have gender inequality. So, and even in schools, we could see things like, oh, girls don't participate in sports because of your menstruation. So, we are not balancing, we can't achieve gender equality when it comes to such cases because they have already set out a laid down rule for you as a lady or as a female what you should do and what you should do simply because you are menstruating.
We know in Kenya they have a policy that allows free sanitary pads for girls. Have you come across anything similar to that in Nigeria?
No, I haven't come across anything for now, but I believe the NGOs, the CSOs, they are working towards it. The only benefits we are having when it comes to free sanitary pads is during the World Menstrual Health, there were NGOs because of the underfunding they have, they can't go to schools properly or they can't reach out to a large number of students to give out sanitary pads. So we don't have such policies here in Nigeria yet. So I haven't come across anyone. But I really appreciate the non-profit for what they are doing. Some have even gone to the extent of setting up pad banks in school, which at times may not really be sustainable, especially if you don't have the full support of the school. You are always required to restock the sanitary pads as you can, but at times it may not be enough for students and even female teachers because I know they really get their part there too. So it may not really be enough for students in a month. So I haven't come across that yet.
All right, talking about free distribution of, free distribution of sanitary pads.
Yeah.
Some countries right now, what they do is that they reduce the tax on sanitary and anything related to related to something that the girl needed for that period of time. Do you see any policy right now or any tax in Nigeria or maybe some other countries, African countries you've traveled to, where tax is reduced in the use of or for the sake of sanitary pads, all those kind of things, so that every girl will be able to afford these sanitary, because right now they are quite expensive. What do you see or what do you have to say about the reduction of tax on sanitaries?
Okay, like I have seen in Kenya, they are subsidized the pad, but here in Nigeria, we haven't had that policy yet, or we haven't gone to that extent of subsidizing sanitary pads. And another country I have seen that they are doing amazingly well in terms of the sanitary pad taxation is Uganda. And what they are actually doing is not subsidizing the sanitary pad. What they are actually doing is to teach young girls on how to make reusable pads. And I've seen that especially here too in Nigeria. Yes, we have a lot of non-profit organizations teaching young girls how to make reusable sanitary pads. So that is a cost-effective way to end period poverty.
Okay, yes, talking about reusing reusable sanitary pads, we have also come across the word menstrual cup, or is it menstruation cup, something like that. How do you explain that to a girl of 12 to 13 years old, that there is something called menstruation cup? Because many people don't understand what it means.
Okay, yes. I would say it's one of menstrual products you can use as a young girl while menstruating. We have about 4 to 5 period products, which are the sanitary pad, we have the tampons, we have the reusable pad, and we even have the menstrual pants, and we have the menstrual cup. So in a case where you don't have the sanitary pad, which is very common, you could go into using reusable pad, but the menstrual cup here is not common here in Nigeria. And if it's common, it's quite expensive, but it's also a very good sustainable way, a very good sustainable product to use while you're menstruating. So I would say for a 13 or a 12 to 13-year-old, I would just tell the girl that it is part of the menstrual product we can use and is a sustainable product you can use. But because of our geographical area, it's not really common here for young girls to use or even to see it.
Okay. Abundance. The truth is, we in Africa here are faced with a lot of problems, right? So a lot of things can seep through the cracks and we will not pay attention to them. You and I can agree that young girls start seeing their menstruation at different ages, some as early as 9, right? How early should parents start to have the conversation about menstruation and, of course, all these menstruation tools to their daughters?
Hello, Abundance, are you there? Okay. Okay. All right.
Because we're talking about adolescents, right? And perhaps the ages vary.
Sure.
The truth is, you can pick a particular number and say maybe from 11 to 14. But when one woman told me that her daughter started seeing her period at 9, I was wowed. I didn't even know it comes that early.
I've seen 8.
And the implication is many of these kids at that age don't even know anything.
Yeah.
Right? Now that she mentioned these 4 or 5 different types of, I would say, tools that you can use for menstruation,
yeah.
I didn't even know. I'm sorry. I probably knew about the tampons and the typical pads.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a reusable one.
Yeah.
You see that you get to wash it?
Okay.
Okay. Abundance.
Yes. Yeah,
okay. I assume this was your network. I was asking you, since we know that young girls as early as age of 9, and my colleague here says even 8, start to see their period early. How early do you think parents should have the conversations about menstruation and, of course, these menstrual tools that you listed out for us? How early should they start to have those kind of conversations?
Okay, for me, I would say even as early as 4, 5, you could start teaching your female children about sexual and reproductive health. We could start with the basics, since they may be too young to understand the broad topics when it comes to menstruation, how to track your period and all of that. But I think we could start as early as 4, 5 to start teaching them, when you get to this certain age, this is what will start happening to your body, and this is what you're supposed to do, the basic things. So I think we could start having conversation around sexual and reproductive health with our children as early as 4, 5.
4, 5.
Now,
4, 5 is
young
primary,
girls, like what
primary
you're
2. 4, 5 should be like primary 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we could. That's why I said we could start telling them the basics. That when you get to this certain age, this is what could happen to your body. This is what you could start seeing or feeling. Because nowadays our girls start their menstruation as early as 8. So we could start teaching them at a very young age. So in case when you're not around, or when you're around and maybe they could reach out to you, and when you start teaching your children about sexual and reproductive health at a very young age, you start building, you start creating bonds with them, because they could always come to you whenever they're having issues concerning their sexual and reproductive health, and they could confide in you. So that is how you could.
Okay. So continuing that, you mentioned 4 or 5 different types of I'm sorry, I'm learning these things, so I'm going to ask you these questions as typical as it comes to me. So you mentioned there are the tampons, there are the reusable pads, the normal pads, and the pants. I'm going to ask this question like a man, not as a woman now. Is there a reason why you use particular ones, or is it depending on the body of the person, or maybe if you're having a heavy flow, because I've learned that one before, heavy flow that determines the kind that you use?
Okay. I would say it's not about your body type or anything. Like the reusable pad, I would say it's because in rural areas, it's hard to access sanitary pads. And you could agree with me that sanitary pads are on the east. So as a young girl in a rural area where you barely have what to eat, you won't go to get pack for 1,000 naira. And 1,000 naira is money, no matter how you want to quantify it. It's not, I may not have such money to get sanitary pads. And even getting a sanitary pad for 1,000 naira will not be enough for you as a girl throughout the period. So girls could have 4 to 5 days period, and those with the heavy flow, and you need to change your pad for every 4 hours. So could see that getting a pad for 1,000 naira will not be enough for you throughout your menstrual cycle in a month. So instead of you're putting racks or using unhealthy alternatives, you use reusable pad. That is why we advocate for reusable pad in low income communities. Yes, because some girls may be shy to go and tell their parents, so instead of that, they try to hide it as they can. So that is why we advise that they use reusable pad. But a girl in the urban area, she will have access to especially sanitary pads. She would have access to sanitary pad. She could have access to tampon. She could have access to menstrual pants and menstrual cups. So let's compare that to a girl living in rural area. So we would advise that as a girl living in the rural area, yes, instead of you to use unhealthy alternatives, you could start with the reusable pad. You make it by yourself. You know the material you use, and it contains fabrics. So you use that first of all before you could have access to sanitary pad. You understand? So it's a matter of your situation and maybe your area where you are. If you're a girl and you can afford, yes, you can afford the sanitary pad in the rural area, go ahead. But if you can't, use your reusable pad.
All right, thank you very much, Abundance. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, the conversation continues on menstrual inequity. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change with customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics. ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Yeah, you're welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to Just Africa on our YouTube page. Of course, just help us, like, share, subscribe, and of course, we'll read some of your comments during the live show. And we're still having this interesting conversation on menstrual inequity with Abundance Dixon. And just before now, the guys here in the studio,
it wasn't the guys,
it
wasn't like that.
Have been saying that yes, because Abundance, you said that we should start teaching our girl child from 4 or 5 years old. So some persons there are saying, no, they are too young. They won't understand. Why should you tell your girl child about menstrual flow at age 4? Now, some persons now believe that it is too early for age 4 and 5. Now, I have to talk about my colleagues here because that is what some persons are also saying, because we have some of their comments right here now. They are also complaining that age 4 and 5 are too young to understand what menstrual cycle is. Now, you are a voice, you are an advocate. What do you have to say? Because somebody is saying that right now they're too young. What do you have to say about that?
Okay. Like what I said initially, I said teach them the basics. We have poems, we have storytelling. You could use that to teach them the basics. I hope you're hearing me now clearly.
Yeah, we can. We're trying. We're trying.
Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm living in a semi-urban area.
Okay.
So I said we could use storytelling. We also use poems to teach them the basics. I did say we should teach them the menstrual cycle because they won't understand how to calculate their 28-day cycle and they won't understand how to calculate the 30-day cycle. But we could start telling them, okay, when you are up to 9 years old or 10 years old, this is what can happen to your body. You will start developing breast, you start developing the pubic hairs. So you just tell them the basics in a simplified way. So you won't tell them, oh, the menstrual cycle. They won't understand. But we have things, this recent saw where we hear them say, if it's my private part, so we could use some of this storytelling method to teach them about sexual and reproductive health in a simplified way.
All right, thank you very much, Abundance. We really appreciate your contribution, but due to network factor, we may not be able to continue with this conversation, but we hope to bring you up on this show another time. Okay, Amolo.
Thanks so much.
Yeah,
yes,
thank you.
There is a lot that we really have to talk about. Just as you said now, teaching them the basics. Like, that was what I was saying. Teach them the basics right from age 4 and 5. And she also said something that I also made reference to. Like, we keep teaching our children, this is my private part, using songs and all that to communicate. We are actually teaching them already that don't allow a man to touch you. It's certain part of your body. So there is nothing wrong in doing that. One of the major questions I really wanted to ask her, but the network ish will not make us do that.
Perhaps if the network comes back,
yes, if the network gets better, we can bring her back. Is the orientation at home, like she said, some parents up to this day, when they want to talk about it with their children, they send the boy child away, forgetting that that girl actually needs the support from the brother. Now, some girls find it difficult to go and meet their father to say, Daddy, I need money to buy a pad. I never had that issue. My dad will tell you, my dad was accessible. You know, you can meet him, Daddy, I want to make my hair, Daddy, I want to buy pads, Daddy, I want to do this, I want to buy pants. Yeah. My dad had no issues with that. But there are some homes where your daughter cannot come and meet you and say, Daddy, I want to buy sanitary pad. Some fathers will tell you, go and meet your mother. Those are women issues. But the society we are now, if we really want to have a healthy society, if we really want to support the girl child, as regarding her health, building her confidence when she's on menstrual cycle, the men need to be involved, the fathers, the brothers. So I think it is a call to mothers that when you're having this conversation with your daughters at home, there is no need sending the boy child away. If it happens that your child, the girl is having menstrual cramp, and you as a mother, you're not at home, it is the duty of the boy to assist the sister with hot water. There is nothing wrong. If the brother does not understand these things, I wonder how you're expecting to show care to his wife and his future daughters. So you see, there is a lot that we parents, we really need to do when it comes to menstrual cycle. I know
you all noticed I was watching that because I knew at some point you just became an advocate, so I was just going to let you slide it in. But the truth is, you didn't miss the point. I do know that the conversation around this is still growing. It's still in the nascent stage. A lot of us didn't even have anybody tutor us.
Yes.
Many of us learned it on our own. It just came from a whim thought on social media, and I was like, okay, let me go read about these things, and I understood some part, and I said, are we still having this kind of conversations in 2025?
Yeah.
That girls don't even have access to pads. and it is expensive. When I was reading it, I was like, it wasn't a thing, to be honest. And I was like, so it is this bad? I went to buy pads, and I just bought it for my sister in the house, and I'm like, so it is this expensive? I was like, okay, the problem is plenty. So it's not even in the educating of the adolescent now.
Yes.
That's both boy and girls. There's still the economic side to it. Girls still use cloth to help
oh my God,
the
there's a lot to talk about.
I said I read a lot, and in my head I'm like, no, these conversations need to be had as frequent as possible. How often do you get to see schools teach these things?
Yeah.
Right? Parents are even ignorant, they don't even know when to teach these things. Then there's the stigma part of it. I remember when GSS 3, there is twins that we had in class, tall girls. They were literally tall. I don't even know how they pulled it off, but I think they're half Nigerians. And then one of the sisters, her period happened while in class. We just noticed that this girl didn't want to stand up from the chair. GSS 3. She just didn't want to stand up from the chair. And we didn't know why. She was embarrassed. I think she told her twin, and that one had to borrow sweater from somebody. That was when this girl was able to stand up. Now, she wasn't prepared for the period to start in class.
Yeah.
So obviously there was no pad available. So they had to use that cloth to cover the stains she already had in her uniform throughout class.
Yeah.
Now, at that early stage, GSS 3, how old was I? When you think about it, you realize even the girls themselves don't even know. I'm talking GSS 3, and this is, at GSS 3, most kids should be like, what, 14, 13, 14? And she didn't even know how to count her period clocks and all that. And then it struck her there. Even adults can't even track their period. That's why you still see some of them have stains when these things happen. You would have said,
sorry, let me cut it there. Even when you track it, you do not know the exact time it's going to come.
Yeah, so
you don't know if it's going to be in the morning,
so it's even having the pads or the tampons readily available just have it in your bag because you don't know. So a lot of this misinformation and of course maybe stigma has made the whole conversation about menstruation look like it's one abomination or something that people should be scared of. I mean, you're lucky. You're one of the few people who your dad understands these things. Perhaps maybe because of his education. That's why people that don't. I said, look at how long it took before I read about it. Because nobody taught me about it.
Yes. Because
you're not even teaching the girls only. You also, just like rightly said, you have to teach the boys as well.
Yes.
Because they would help when. I mean, if my daughter comes, for example, to meet me or daddy for the first time, right? And then she comes and says, oh, daddy, this is it. I should know how to react.
Exactly.
If I'm the only parent or guardian around, I should be able to know what to do next and encourage her.
Exactly.
Some periods come with cramps.
Exactly.
And those cramps can knock. I've seen my sister become literally useless when her cramps start. And then I don't even know what to do. I just see somebody breathing in pain. You don't know. You just mentioned hot water. I didn't even know that. Right? That it helps. I thought maybe it was ice that would help. The truth is, like I said, these conversations need to be had, and you people that know can come and teach all of us.
Yeah.
So the truth, you have to teach all of us. I say all of us, everybody needs to know. Parents, teachers, and brothers and sisters.
Talking about teaching people, we have our religious leaders to teach. We have our traditional leaders to teach. We have our community leaders to teach.
Yeah.
So it is not just the boy, the girl, or the parents.
Yes.
No, it goes beyond that. Because in this age and time, we still see churches or religious centers, let me not say churches, who tells a girl that you are unclean because you are
seeing your period. Yes.
Or, like she rightly said, like our guest about us, Dixie rightly said, that some culture will tell you that you should not cook for a man.
For the first time.
I have heard of it. Actually,
like you don't cook?
Hold on. The truth is, in my house, before it got to my time, because I'm the last girl here, myself and my immediate elder sister, before it got to our turn, my two other sisters and my mom didn't cook for my dad. They weren't cooking whenever it is that time of the month. my mom would just say, okay, it's your daddy's food. Go, do it like this, for this. So, hold on.
Help me understand that. Is it that they don't want your period blood to get into the food?
You see, so I don't understand. My mom and my dad, they started from the village before they, of course, they evolved.
So it's a culture thing.
Dad went to school, and of course, they moved out of the village, and everything became modernized, or should I use the word civilized? They became civilized. So that culture she inherited right from the village. She passed it on to my elder sister and my second sister. But when it got to the other...
No, but wait, hang on. So, I'm sorry. I'm an advocate for culture, right? But there are certain things that you have to ask why. Because it looks like they never asked why, and it just continues the trend.
You get it.
Help me understand, because this is us talking now. Is it that they don't want your period blood to mix with the food? Okay,
culturally, from my own side, what I understood was that back then, our foreparents, you know, they were used to, especially the traditional warriors, there's a name they call them, you know, when they go for their powers and all these things, of course, they tell you that you can't eat this. For my great-great-great-grandfather, whom I knew about, he's 3. His own was that what he used as a strength, as a warrior, was okra. So you can't hold a thing, that's my great-great, by hand like this. Your hands will pull off, naturally, because according to them, what he used as for his source of strength was okra.
So it makes it slippery.
So it makes his body slippery. So anything involving okra, a thing never ate it. You understand? I'm giving you my own family history. So that was what our thing used. So I don't know. So that was one of the things they used. Some of these traditional or foreparents used there. Okay, for this part to stay with you, a woman in her period should not prepare your food, and that was how it continued. Now, before my dad passed on, my dad never ate okra. Not because he used it for power, but because he stayed with his own grandfather or
so he just continued the cycle of, okra, there's a problem.
You get it? So he wasn't eating okra, but that didn't stop us or my brothers from eating okra anyway. So that was where it came from. So some persons believe that because it was used for them back in the days, and it was just for that person. But because it was a tradition in the home.
Because it's good to only ask questions. It's always good to ask questions.
I asked questions a lot. And my dad, sometimes my dad look at it like, get out my side.
You get it. Okay, like I said, what would probably be the plausible argument would be, because back then they have pads, right? And then they have to use their hands to clean off.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then you don't have to now use that same hand to cook. That would have been a plausible argument. But in the age where there's now pads that your hands don't even have to contact the blood.
I don't get it.
Because, I'm breaking it down. I wish I would broke it down that when the blood it's the egg that breaks and all those. Am I in the right place to explain that? Okay, so the blood is the egg that was not fertilized. Obviously, it will go off.
Yes.
I'm just using basic way to explain it. It will go off. That's what comes out as period blood. But essentially, like I said, these days we have alternatives. I didn't even, like I said, until today, I didn't even know there were these 5.
Yeah.
I only knew of 2. Now there are 5 options. Why would somebody still now feel, don't cook because you are seeing your period?
Or don't
some periods that take
a place of worship.
Some periods that take 5 days, 7 days.
Yeah.
And you say the person should not cook during that period. If your husband is the time that you must cook for him, and then you say,
that's not
you go eat outside, I know the meaning of that.
Then another thing that why we need to reconsider some of these things and make it not seem like an abomination is the fact that some girls have to stay away from school.
Oh yeah.
Those number of days. Or someone you have to pay. They tell you because you are in your menstrual cycle or you are going through that period, you shouldn't come to school. You are depriving the girl from learning. You are even you are destroying her self-confidence the more. There are so many things, she's shy. Then when she resumes school the following week, everybody start looking at her, she had a period. You make it look as if she has committed a crime or she has committed an abomination or she has done something against the tradition, the rules. I think it's high time we stopped those kind of things. And let's encourage them. Your uniform is stained. Oh, sorry, there. You look for something to cover it. Teachers, we should, our drawers. And that's one thing I love about these organizations. This organization in particular, when you check the ladies' drawer, we all have pads. And maybe when one person runs out, you will see someone always giving out. So that is how it should be. Teachers should have pads in their drawers so that when a student is in need of it, you can easily help the student out, not making the child stay at home. Then when a child is having cramps because of her period, that is the moment the girl needs the teacher's support the most.
Abundance caught my attention with her. There's this advocacy program that she runs called Flow with Dignity. So the voice flow is menstrual flow, and then with dignity is to let you, essentially to let you know that this thing is, there's nothing to hide about it. Be proud of it because it confirms that you're a woman.
Exactly.
Right?
That
it confirms that, like you're a fertile woman. There's egg forming inside of you, and then when the egg is not fertilized, it goes away. It is a natural occurrence. Essentially, we need to continue to teach these things. I'm saying we now, we're trying our part here.
Yes,
even the men.
At least you're speaking for the men.
Anyway, the truth is, look, in every quarter that you find yourself, every small corner in schools, at work, anywhere you find yourselves, be free to have these conversations with people because you don't know who you'd help. Right? There's that woman who needs to build her confidence, and then she needs to see that, look, I am a woman, this would definitely happen to me. Then it's not something to be afraid of and to be shy
Exactly. Yes, and to the 12-year-old girl, 13-year-old girl out there that is scared of her menstrual flow, come on. It is a natural thing. It is something you should be proud of. You should understand that, yes, you are growing into adulthood. And no woman should be ashamed at any point in time of going through this period every month. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be going straight into the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet, in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. African Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape.
Welcome back to the second segment of Just Africa. So this time, the continent of Africa is facing a paradox in youth employment. Many young professionals are eager and qualified, but are locked out of opportunities due to required experience barrier. You can hear Amolo laughing. So this episode of Just Africa explores how this systemic gap affects education, workforce participation, and socio-economic mobility, and highlights practical interventions to bridge it. Amolo, before you can get a job in a place, you hear how many years experience do you have? Now, people really want to work, but they don't have the job to gather the experience they are looking for. And some organizations do not have a structure for internship. All thanks to Femi Watch that gives room for that. Anyways, yes, yes, I'm proud of that one. We are very good in that area. They create room for people to come and learn. But people are out there right now looking for a job, and you are putting that barrier there that the person must have 5 years working experience. for someone who is just graduating from the university, for someone who is just maybe just finished internship or learning a trade, and you're asking the person for 5 years work experience. How does this now affect our educational system, our workforce, and the youth empowerment generally?
It is interesting. It's a paradox,
yeah.
Right? And it's one of the things that have kept Africa, I wouldn't say underdeveloped, more like less developed than it ought to be. We don't have a system yet that guarantees you that at a particular age you would have gotten university degree, gotten out, you've gotten a job. Like it's not cast in stone that once you're done with secondary school, almost immediately you enter university. And then once you're done with university, automatically you get a job.
Yes.
If there was a system that says, okay, you know what, it's a guarantee, by the age 20, you would have finished everything with school, higher education. It helps you to know that, oh, by the age of 24, maybe when I want to go and enter a normal or high price job, I would have spent between 20 to 24 to garner enough experience.
Yeah.
But again, the system is the way it is. Perhaps it's something that we need to rejig. But that gap exists because many a times we have not structured the way we want our society to be. So it's like looking like an unplanned society that everybody just doing the one that favors them, the one that comes to your mind. Again, if you see the challenge, it is half solving the problem. We all know this is the problem. We don't have a structure. Once upon a time, we used to do 6334 our system of education.
Is that what we still do now?
They changed it at some point to 934. Then they reverted back again to 6334. And then they made the first 6 and 3 compulsory to make 3 and 4 optional, right? And then now that we're talking vocational training as part of it, you now see that we've been having so much policy shifts and leapfrogging, it now makes us not know where to stand. The truth of the matter still remains that it is this thing that has made us less developed, because you cannot plan without a structure.
Yeah, you cannot plan without a structure, and everybody needs that structure. If we really want to achieve what we need to achieve, at least if we have a structure, many people won't be complaining about experience. If you finish at 20, as you rightly said, maybe you will not be able to have the kind of job at that age. You can go for internship or learn other things. Graduate training. Now, another thing happens within that period of internship. The truth is, the person who is coming to learn, to gather experience, the person pays transport to come. Some organizations then tell you, we don't pay interns. They tell you we cannot because they tell you we are the ones teaching you, so we can't pay. Do you see that as something that is fair enough? For me, it's not fair enough. As much as you are teaching the person still requires some stipends. Okay, so just take this thing.
So it falls down to policy again, and this time it's not policy from not government but from the organizations that want to hire your skill. Now, I remember during my ruminations, one of the things that I stumbled and did a research on was to create a system where everybody who has to go to a university should not be compulsory. Now, everybody who has to go to a university is a potential entrepreneur.
Okay.
Right? That was what I thought out. So if you have to hire somebody in your own company, it means you're taking out a potential job creator and add it into your system. Now, if you think that way, or if the system reasons that way, it means whoever it is that has graduated from university and you have agreed to absorb that person, that means whatever economy that person is supposed to generate from his own growth, you have stifled it, so you have to pay for it. So let me put it in simple terms. If, for example, I put it as a law and say, everybody who graduates from university, I am guaranteeing you a startup capital of, say, 10 million naira to start up the business in that thing that you have studied. You start up a business and I'll fund it for the first period. And then I give you a timeline to say, okay, within first 5 years, not that you have returned the money back. You, of course, it goes back into the business, but you would have hired 5 people. The people you are hiring are not university people because you two are come up. The people you should be hiring are secondary school graduates. Now, while they are working with you, they are doing internship.
Yes.
We are learning from you who is a graduate. You are building your company with them. Then you are paying them based on the rate as a secondary school person. So another person goes, and then after a while, it now goes into the university. It has taken care of the experience that the person is going to be looking for when he comes out to go and look for a job here. So it creates an ecosystem of more entrepreneurs rather than job seekers. And when you look at that kind of arrangement, you see before somebody goes and says, oh, I'm wanting somebody who is a graduate with XYZ experience. You know that the amount you are paying, or you have to pay that person, compulsory as a policy, we would rather discount you from doing that kind of shady arrangement where you say, okay, come and work, I'll give you your experience, so I will not pay you. So I remember when I shared that thought and that policy, because I think I had it somewhere in the document, and I shared it with somebody. The person was like, it seems you are thinking of a society that cannot happen.
Oh my God.
Because it looked great when I was saying it. I mean, I remember I'm telling them, like, oh, this is fantastic, but how do you want to implement something?
Yeah, implementation. You know, in our society, in African society, just as you said, we have more of job seekers than entrepreneurs. But right now, go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be coming with Adamo Ibrahim as our guest, and you will know who this person is when we return. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
When Emeka talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, abeg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish tools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cash Craft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1, pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprint. Sketch a project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finished varnished wax or paint to protect and beautify. That rustic table or wine rack, it just went from workshop to showroom. Let's move ahead. Step 4, sell like a pro. Now the magic part is turning your craft into cash. Who is your customer? Young couples, urban decorators, cafe owners. They love custom, handmade, and unique. Use social media to showcase your work. Instagram, Pinterest, and all of that are gold mines for visibility. You can add pricing, yes, delivery info, and behind-the-scenes videos. Look, that's a great catch. You need to let people see your videos where you are doing your work uniquely. That's an addition and validation. Now, want more reach? Yes, attend fairs, pop-up shops, or sell via platforms that you know. A whole lot of them are out there. Let's move to step 5. Stand out to scale. Offer engraving, custom size, or eco-friendly finishes. Don't just sell a table, sell a story. Yes, you can see the emphasis. Sell a story, handcrafted in Ibadan or upcycled from reclaimed wood. People pay more when the product means more. Network with interior decorators, real estate agents, and even planners. Your one shelf may become a hotel's full order. But of course, no business is all smooth wood. Power issues could happen, tool costs, and inconsistent wood supply can slow you down. Still, with skills, strategy, and smart marketing, woodworking can take you from small workshop to a big warehouse. So here is your takeaway. And don't forget to do your proper research, because this is only a heads up, a wake-up call that you can do it. Woodworking is not just craftsmanship, it's cashmanship. It's a business of creativity, precision, and pride. Whether you are making one stool a week or outfitting full apartments, this is a hustle that builds literally. This has been Cashcraft, and I am Grace Komolafe, reminding you that if life gives you timber, turn it into treasure. Until next time, build bold, build smart.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, before the break, we were having a conversation. I and Amulu were talking about the paradox regarding youth empowerment and many young professionals in Africa, how they are eager to work, and most of the time they are qualified for it, but we hear things like 5 years work experience, 10 years, maybe on the high side, 30 years experience. So which is not mostly common though. So we've been talking, going back and forth. How did we get to this point? How can we even achieve it when someone is just coming out of the university and you are requesting for 5 years work experience? Of course, the person doesn't have it. But to help us understand this topic better, we have an in-house analyst, a person of SOUQ Rogers. He's with us in the studio, and he's always here to share his expertise. Hello, Rogers.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. And welcome.
Good afternoon, man.
We're always excited to have you on the show. And I know you have understanding of this conversation. Now, talking about the years required for a particular person, a young professional who is qualified. Let's not forget that part. This person is overqualified for the job, but maybe the person doesn't have the work experience yet.
He's not qualified.
You can hear Amula saying that the person is not qualified. How do we relate these two? How do we match them up? Someone who is just coming out of the university, for instance. Let's not even use the word being qualified here now. Someone who's just coming out of the university, and the person is seeking for a job, and you're requesting the person to have a 5 years work experience. Where do you expect the person to get that from?
Okay, first we need to establish. The establishment looking for someone with work experience is not looking for an inexperienced person or someone they are going to train. They are looking for someone to come in and fill a void.
Sorry to come in. At this moment, you hear the word like young graduates.
Yes.
as part of the requirement, young graduates, not above 25 or 24.
Okay.
And they give you those years of experience that you should have them. So
if
please
they are looking
continue.
for a young graduate not above 25, 24, you won't see 5 years work experience. You won't see that. If they are looking for somebody at 23, then you see internship. Or you see graduate internship.
Training, yeah.
Graduate trainee. Those are things you get to see. But our education system has not been the best for us. It hasn't really empowered the young person to go out there and get fit straight into a job. Except for some new private universities right now that have started a curriculum that is working, then other schools are copying it. For the young people out there, get to know this, that your schooling doesn't stop you from gathering experience. When you go home during the holidays and you are working in, let's say, your mother's shop, that's an experience.
Yes.
If you're working in your father's office, your uncle's mechanic workshop, that is an experience. So tomorrow when you are preparing your
CV.
They still call it CV now?
Yeah.
So when you're preparing your CV, those are things you need to add there. The experience you've gathered working in the shop, working in the mechanic workshop, or your internship over time. So these things really count, but most people don't take that serious.
Sure.
So for them to be looking for someone that is less than 25 with that amount of experience, like I said, they are looking for specific, someone to just fit into a place, not someone they will train.
Emmanuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what
So, I mean,
is saying right now.
at least to a very large extent, I agree, because, of course, you can have a problem with the hiring system that comes and puts a large, experience expectation when they know the system does not bring out graduates as rapid as you think, and the years will just go by. The problem is not even at the graduate level that you will see it. To ever enter the university, first of all, will be your first challenge, your first hurdle that you have to meet. And then you pray that the school does not go beyond the tenure that your degree is supposed to, that's with strikes and everything. And then when you now come out, there's that chance that you will not get a job immediately. So expecting somebody to have that much experience in a field where you know perhaps requires a lot of experience. Then of course you know you're literally just using it maybe as a tool to lessen or tighten the gap or expectations from people that you want to get in. But I do agree with what he said in terms of we getting our system better. Because the truth is, look, we cannot thrive as a country, as a continent, if we see this problem and then we still think that it is okay to continue like this. We have to sit down and then reorganize.
Okay, now the number of experiences or number of years expected of a professional to have before such a person can be employed, don't you think it affects the employment force right now? Maybe because those people do not have it, we cannot employ those kind of people. Don't you think it keeps more youth in the labor market than being employed?
The question first should be, do we have these job opportunities out there? That should be the question that should be in the forefront. We have more graduates, less job opportunities. We have more graduates not starting up a venture or afraid to start a venture, seeking to go work for ventures that have been started already, which they outnumber. Now, we have those ventures that most of them are not looking for entry-level graduates. We have to differentiate this.
Okay.
So if I'm not looking for an entry-level graduate, I shouldn't take you because you are looking for a job.
Okay.
I'm looking for something that can grow my business. So I'm looking for someone that has also gathered experience from somewhere to bring it to add to my business, to grow it. So this is what we should be looking at. How can we get graduates to go out there and start taking the risk of starting?
Exactly. I mean, he was speaking in line with what I was talking before. Look, unless we are saying that the universities do not train entrepreneurs, right? And if that is the case, which you know we need to develop, we need to start to change our curriculum to train people who come in to be creators of jobs once they get out. That's why I said you shouldn't be hiring a graduate in your job, because what you are taking away from the economy is entrepreneurs which they need. So if you must absorb those people, bearing in mind that this person has a potential to start up a company on his own, and it means you absorbing him deprives us as a country and a continent of that job, it means you have to pay more. So it should be entry level.
Okay.
We are talking about. You are hiring a potential CEO to come and work for you. So you should be paying that person a CEO price.
But in real sense, can they pay the person like a CEO?
That's what I'm saying. So the problem starts from the school. If your school from day one tells you, before you enter, this is the criteria. I am training you to come and be an entrepreneur, not a job seeker.
Okay.
That way, from beginning, you know that by the time I'm done from this school, after 4 years or 5 years, I'm starting up a company. So you are ingraining it from the beginning, from 100 level, that this thing I'm training you on is how to make you a business person, an entrepreneur. You're thinking that way. So the curriculum needs to change. You're not teaching theories alone.
Okay, so sorry to cut you, Amolo, but do you think maybe one of the requirements for gaining admission into the university right now should be based on experience?
So this is, I remember I was telling you about the model that I started with. I said, look, part of it was, we have a system where you do your research at the end of your final year.
Yes.
Right? That's when you do your research. Some of this research get thrown away at the end of a couple of years. They just throw it away. It doesn't add to the academia. How about you make it a proposal? You want to go into a university, you do your research from beginning. Okay. How they do for PhD, right? You apply. This is what I want to study. This is why I want to study it. They help you refine it if it is not well done. Now, what incentive government can add to that is, oh, this is a fantastic proposal that you have. We are going to train you for it for 4 or 5 years. When you're done, we'll give you the capital to start that business.
Okay.
When you know that from beginning, and you know you're not capable of doing it, you will not even start. At secondary school, you've gotten the basic knowledge that you need to know. You go and do vocational studies. Go and do a hands job, which is something that we even need anyway. For example, why does a carpenter need 4 years in the university?
Yeah.
Why does a mechanic that is doing maybe basic things in your car need a 4-year degree? And these people add to the economy. So if I want to go and further my university, I want to go into university, I do a proposal. This proposal that many people do for businesses and ideas, they want to get venture capitals and angel investors, start from beginning. From 100 level, okay, this is what I want to do. When I want to come out, I want to set up my own media company. This is how I want to go about it. They help you fine-tune it from beginning, and then they set you on the path. It's doable.
Okay. All right, very doable. Chooks, you were saying something before I spoke with Amolu. The idea that employers employ people to help their business grow. That's one of the major reasons they look for people with experience. Okay, what other benefits or what other things do employers see that makes them request for those number of work experience?
Because they just want to fill up that gap. So the only person that can fill up that gap is the person that knows that particular, that has that experience.
Yes.
And can do that business. You won't just get to the street and because, okay, he's an A-level student, or she has a very beautiful face, oh, come work this place. You mess the place up. Let me buttress what he was saying. Outside this country, if you're going to the higher institution, you write a proposal of intent. Why should we employ you? Why do you want to come and study here? What do you want to do here? And you write it, and that is part of what they screen you to give you admission to even come to the school to study.
Wow.
But we don't do that here. We just go write an exam, write another one in the university, then we look for how to pass. Then the job market is not, I'm trying to be very nice here. The job market is not a friendly place for right and wrong. The job market is a business place where people have come to the market to shop for talent that will improve their lot. And some people come to the market to offload the ones that they have take on new ones.
Yes.
Now, for some other establishments, if you see, for them to take in fresh graduates, they don't wait for the fresh graduates to come.
Yes.
They go to the institution over time and monitor. And by the time the students are graduating, they have taken their best graduate trainees.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard some time ago that was how Nigeria was operated.
Yes,
You know?
yes.
Yeah, in the days of my dad, anyways.
When they go pick the talents from university. By the time they are graduating, there's already a job waiting for you.
Yes, my dad had that similar experience.
Some establishments in Nigeria still do it.
Up to now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So there's a comment here just before we go. Someone said that SOUQ, you mentioned that they employ based on experience and because of what they know they can do. Said, but how about those who do my brother and my sister? That is, this person is my person. And they employ the person based on personal relationship. What do you have to say? Is that also based on experience?
Okay. Now, we have, let's start from the civil service. That is where that is very rampant. Okay. It's also very rampant in the private sector. But now, the thing is this. If you employ somebody based on who the person is to you, the best you can do is to open the door. What the person does after crossing that door is now a different ballgame. So if you open the door for the person and the person come in and run the company down and becomes anti-progress or anti-productive, what will you do? We see that happen a lot. So I'm speaking from the business person point of view.
Yeah.
I would rather employ somebody I don't know that can deliver than employ my mother's elder brother.
It's easier to fire this person that you don't even know. It's easier to fire because if you have a personal relationship where the person is not doing well, chances are they're going to use emotional blackmail to remain there. Somebody shared a story, interestingly. The lady said she had been running her business for a while, more than 5 years, and it had been growing well. Because of her success, her uncle started sending her cousins' CVs down. And of course, she wanted to help. She hired the guy. She noticed that inventory started going down. Uncle was taking things to his house for personal use. She now installed the CCTV. Found out, sent the message down to her uncle. The uncle was like, just help him now. He's your brother. What did he take that you cannot buy again? You see that kind of mentality? It's even what they call entitlement mentality. It ruins a lot. It's easier to fire somebody you're not related with. Okay, please go. But once that attachment is there, it will not affect the economy because essentially you'll not be looking like, oh, I have a flair for somebody who is my cousin and I know he does well. But if I see somebody who has better competency, better experience, better field training, I mean, just miss common sense to go that side now. Right? That's somebody who is related to you.
Okay, so your final word to employers. Should they stick with 5 years experience?
Well, the number of years of experience depends on the role itself.
Okay.
That's where we should even come from. So stick to getting the best fit for the role you need. It's not it could be someone that is just graduating tomorrow, or it could still be someone that is in school. We've seen a lot of people that are still studying, but they are good at what they do for some specific businesses. Tech right now, nobody's looking at your university.
No.
The same thing that has to do with adding value to a whole lot of product right now. No, people are asking, what can you do?
Yeah.
So if the person can deliver on the job, deliver on the goods, employer.
Go ahead.
And your final word for employers?
And the truth is, when we're talking about employment and creating wealth, years of experience is not always the yardstick. Most of the people who do influencer job these days have more followers and more money than people who even create the content.
Sure.
That's the owners of the content per se. So at this point, the evolution has started. You have to key into it. Like Chooks rightly said, look for those who are the right people to do the job. Essentially, not the experience that they have in that particular space. Experience can help if, for example, what you want to do requires that experience. But if it is a job that the best fit can do, experience should take the second seat.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a lot that I really wanted us to discuss, but for time factor, we have to go at this point in time. I want to say a very big thank you to our guest for coming on the show. That's Abundance Dixon. We appreciate you once again. And to Chooks, thank you for coming. And of course, it's always a nice time sharing the screen, the table with Amulu. And I want to ask, once again, I want to beg you, once again, you do it. Follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television and subscribe to Just Africa on YouTube. Just type Just Africa and subscribe. Once again, thank you very much. We'll come your way tomorrow. Again, I am Omevi Idolo. Thank you for watching.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street, Balindi. And in fact, we had it. We didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, And these things were published. And I liked it. Okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy? I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, then went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I know, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell. You know, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akadusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, being at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, A lot of the time, you could never get across. suddenly mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money. No matter how small, treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. you leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your all maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, At some point, it will just be president said so, president said. Even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country. Even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asks for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igbo Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out when they can be like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. Now the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay. So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change with customized training.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government inaugurates National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to oversee a smooth rollout of a new capital gains tax. And World Bank loans to Nigeria are set to reach $9.65 billion between 2023 and 2025 as disbursement accelerates across key sectors. Geopolitical tensions linger as United States excludes South Africa from 2026 G20 summit, inviting Poland in its place. And President Donald Trump raises concerns over Netflix's planned $72 billion purchase of Warner Bros. Discovery's movie studio and HBO streaming networks. And in the world of sports, Enugu Rangers trashes Bayelsa United 4-1 on Sunday at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, the hot in Nigeria Premier Football League. Now, the federal government has inaugurated the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to oversee a smooth and predictable rollout of the new capital gains tax provision, aiming to balance investor protection with fiscal reform. The committee, chaired by tax expert Joseph Tegbe, follows weeks of technical consultations with key capital market institutions, including Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and Nigerian Exchange Group. Authorities said the move reflects a deeper understanding of how tax changes influence liquidity, price discovery, and long-term capital flows, with a mandate to develop clear guidelines and engage widely with stakeholders. The committee is expected to minimize market disruptions and promote confidence. Analysts said the initiative signals a shift away from abrupt fiscal changes towards structured policy delivery. Investors are cautiously optimistic, hoping this measured approach brings a long-needed clarity and coherence to Nigeria's evolving tax environment, especially as markets adjust to broader macroeconomic reforms. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has clarified that its revised cash withdrawal limits will not apply to dollar or other foreign currency transactions. The directive issued to commercial banks and financial institutions aimed to avoid disruption in forex-related operations. Under the revised policy, individuals can withdraw up to 500,000 naira weekly across ATMs, POS terminals, and bank counters, while corporate entities are capped at 5 million naira. However, the CBN Director of Financial Policy and Regulation, Dr. Rita CK, confirmed that the limit apply only to naira transactions, excluding foreign currency dealings. She explained that the move is designed to reduce cash management costs, enhance security, and tackle monetary laundering risk. Analysts said that exempting forex transaction helps protect international trade and diaspora remittance flows, while the overall policy continues the CBN's push toward a cashless economy. Now, the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, has issued a cybersecurity advisory warning Nigerians about newly discovered vulnerabilities in ChatGPT that could expose users to data leakage attacks. The advisory was released through the agency's Computer Emergency Readiness and Response Team, CERT.ng, highlighting security gaps in AI-powered platforms. NITDA said the alert is aimed at safeguarding individuals, businesses, and public institutions that increasingly rely on ChatGPT for research work and public sector operations. The agency emphasized the risk posed by unsafe web content when interacting with AI tools. It urged users to implement stronger security measures, avoid sharing sensitive information on unsecured platforms, and monitor for unusual activity. NITDA also recommended regular software updates and cybersecurity training for staff, reinforcing the importance of protecting data and maintaining digital trust in Nigeria's growing ecosystem. Now, the World Bank loans to Nigeria are projected to reach $9.65 billion between 2023 and 2025 as disbursements and new approvals accelerate across key sectors. When grants are included, total support rises to $9.77 billion. The figure covers financing from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Development Association, while the IBRD offers loans on commercial or near commercial terms to credit-worthy countries. International Development Association provides highly concessional funding to low-income nations. Government officials said the borrowing supports projections in social protection, power, health, education, and digital infrastructure. They argued that the concessional terms are vital for development financing amid limited fiscal space and rising domestic borrowing costs. Analysts note that the growing dependence on multilateral loans reflects a shift towards structured, conditional funding as Nigeria seeks to manage its debt profile while advancing key reforms. Still, calls persist for improved transparency and project delivery. Now, the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has forecasted widespread dust haze in the northern and central regions and isolated thunderstorms in the southern part of the country from Monday, December 8th to Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. According to NIMET's Central Forecast Office, visibility in northern states may drop to as low as 2 to 5 kilometers due to suspended dust particles. The agency advised motorists and pedestrians to exercise caution, warning that transportation and daily routines could be disrupted. In contrast, the southern region is expected to experience isolated thunderstorms which could trigger heavy rain, localized flooding, and temporary power outages. NIMET has urged communities and local authorities to remain alert, implementing preventive safety measures and monitor official updates. The agency stressed that the weather variability during the transition season requires heightened preparedness to protect lives, infrastructure, and the economic activity across affected areas. Now, over 4,000 pregnant women across Nigeria have benefited from free cesarean sections through the National Health Insurance Program, according to the 2025 Health Statistics reports released by the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. The procedure, fully subsidized and carried out in accredited hospitals, are part of the Maternal and Neonatal Mortality Reduction Initiative Innovation, MIAMI, which seeks to lower maternal and infant mortality rates by expanding access to emergency obstetric care. Launched in November 2024, MIAMI targets a 30% reduction in maternal deaths and 20% drop in neonatal deaths in 172 high-risk local government areas. Health officials said the early numbers reflect growing success and momentum in tackling preventable maternal deaths. Experts commend the program's focus on breaking financial barriers and strengthening frontline healthcare system, particularly in underserved communities where maternal outcomes have historically been poor. Now, Abia State government and the Niger Delta Power Holding Company have commenced construction of 7.5 MVA and 33/11 kV injection substation in Umuahia, aimed at improving electricity supply in state capital. The project, which broke ground last Thursday, is expected to ease pressure on existing feeders and provide more reliable power to homes and businesses. In a statement on Sunday, the Niger Delta Power Holding Company confirmed the project kickoff, noting that it supports regional power infrastructure expansion. Governor Alex Oti, who led the groundbreaking, described the substation as a critical part of Abia's energy reform plan. He said it would reduce system losses, boost service delivery, and help small businesses thrive. Oti praised the federal government and the Niger Delta Power Holding Company for prioritizing Abia in their infrastructure rollout, calling the substation a major step toward modernizing the state's power distribution network. Now, still to come in the news, attempted military takeover of constitutional government in Niger Republic thwarted earlier on Sunday. We'll bring you details of that story and more in a moment. You stay with us.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the World News. Now, geopolitical analysts are warning of a possible fracture within the G20 after the United States excluded South Africa from the 2026 summit, inviting Poland in its place. The move marks a sharp escalation in diplomatic tensions between Washington and Pretoria. Experts said the decision could damage trust among members and spark rival factions within the global forum, complicating cooperation on trade, climate, and economic policy. Relations between both countries worsened after U.S. President Donald Trump accused South Africa of genocide against white Afrikaners, a claim rejected by President Cyril Ramaphosa during his White House visit in May. The exclusion of South Africa, a full member of the G20, has raised questions about the forum's cohesion and legitimacy. Some observers fear the crisis may deepen existing geopolitical divides, with emerging economies pushing back against perceived Western dominance in global governance. Now, Benin's President Patrice Talon on Sunday confirmed that a coup attempt by a group of soldiers had been foiled. Hours after gunfire erupted in parts of Cotonou and rogue troops declared his removal on state television. Speaking late Sunday, Talon said both the government and armed forces had acted swiftly to neutralize the threat, adding that the perpetrators would face appropriate punishment under the law. Calm was reportedly restored by evening. The attempted takeover began early on Sunday with coordinated gunfire in several neighborhoods of Cotonou, the West African country's largest city and commercial center. A faction of soldiers briefly seized the national broadcaster, announcing a military takeover before being overpowered. The failed coup adds to growing regional concerns over political instability following similar incidents in other West African nations. In recent years, security has since been reinforced around key government installations across the city. Now, Indonesia says it will require 1.82 trillion rupiah, an equivalent of $3.1 billion, to rebuild Sumatra after cyclone-driven floods and landslides killed 950 people and left 274 missing, with further casualties in southern Thailand and Malaysia. Suaryanto, head of Disaster Mitigation Agency, said the recovery costs cover Aceh, North Sumatra, and West Sumatra, with Aceh needing the largest share of 25.41 trillion rupiah. The figures may rise as damage assessment continues. President Prabowo Subianto chaired a cabinet meeting in Aceh on Monday to coordinate national relief efforts. Suaryanto confirmed reconstruction would begin to parts of the North and West Sumatra that have stabilized, prioritizing housing, roads, and essential services. Officials said that swift recovery is critical to prevent long-term humanitarian fallouts. Thousands remain displaced, and authorities are racing to prevent disease outbreaks in flood-hit zones. Now, the United Arab Emirates has rapidly emerged as the leading global hub for cryptocurrency, drawing in $34 billion in crypto to inflow between July 2023 and June 2024, a 42% increase year-on-year. The country now leads the Middle East's digital asset economy and ranks among the top 40 worldwide thanks to the progressive regulations, tax-free incentives, and institutional-grade infrastructure provided by Dubai's Avara and Abu Dhabi's ADGM. Institutional adoption is driving much of the market activity, with sovereign funds, banks, and family offices increasing participation. Over 500,000 daily traders are now active in the UAE, with 93% of trading volumes stemming from institutional trade transactions. Youth engagement is also high, with 74% of adults aged 25 to 34 showing interest in crypto and 21% planning to trade within the next year. Regulatory clarity, particularly the U.S. Genius Act, has further boosted confidence in digital assets by establishing full reserve backing and federal oversight for stablecoin. Industry leaders highlight that the UAE's crypto ecosystem is poised for sustained growth. Strategic initiatives like Avalos ETP listings and projects involving tokenized real estate, green mining, and a dirham-backed stablecoin signal a long-term commitment to digital innovation. Experts predict that in the next 5 years, crypto and blockchain could become the UAE's second-largest economic pillar after oil, cementing the nation's position at the forefront of the global digital asset economy. Now, India's inflation rate is expected to have edged up modestly in November, staying close to multi-year lows, according to reports. The slight increase is attributed to fading base effect from last year and the recent rise in food prices, which make up nearly half of the consumer price index. Inflation has eased significantly throughout 2025, reaching a serious low in October, helped by steep declines in vegetable prices since April that have offset other cost pressures. However, economists caution that rising food costs could drive inflation higher in coming months. The central bank remains vigilant to maintain price stability while supporting economic growth, leaving consumers cautiously optimistic, according to reports. Now, China's export in November outperformed forecasts, fueled by strong demand from markets beyond the United States, official data has shown. The surge underscores Beijing's strategic push to diversify trade partners and reduce dependence on the U.S., particularly after the imposition of tariffs during the Trump administration. Since last year, Chinese companies have deepened ties with Southeast Asia, the European Union, and other regions, while expanding overseas production to maintain tariff advantages. These moves help shield export volumes and broaden China's global market reach. Analysts said that robust non-U.S. export growth is a key buffer supporting China's manufacturing sector amid ongoing trade tensions and geopolitical uncertainty. Continued diversification is expected to bolster China's competitiveness and economic resilience. Now, Japan's real wages declined for the 10th straight month in October as nominal pay gains failed to keep pace with rising consumer prices. Government data showed on Monday that the continued squeeze on purchasing power highlights pressure on households and raises concerns about domestic consumption, a key pillar of Japan's economic growth. While nominal wages saw slight improvement, inflation eroded earnings, leaving workers effectively poorer. The trend is expected to weigh heavily on the Bank of Japan's December 18th to 19th policy meeting, where a shift toward a higher interest rate is anticipated. Analysts said that real wage growth will be critical to Bank of Japan's decision going forward. Persistent weakness could dampen consumption and slow the economy even as inflation remains elevated. Investors are closely watching whether the wage trends will support a tighter monetary policy or force the Bank of Japan to read cautiously to avoid stifling recovery. Now, still to come in the news, the UK government announces a £725 million investment over 3 years to reform apprenticeship. We'll bring you details in a moment. Do stay with us.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. Now, the United States President Donald Trump has raised concerns about Netflix's planned $72 billion purchase of Warner Brothers Discovery's movie studio and HBO streaming networks. Speaking in Washington, D.C., he warned that the merger could create a company with excessive market dominance, impacting consumers and competitors. The deal announced last Friday would unite major franchises like Harry Potter and Game of Thrones under Netflix, potentially reshaping the global streaming landscape. Analysts said the measure could influence subscription prices, content access, and competition within the media sector. Regulators have yet to approve the transactions, with scrutiny expected to focus on maintaining fair competition and preventing market monopolization. Netflix, Warner Bros. Discovery, and the White House have yet to comment on the case. Now, the UK government has announced a £725 million investment over 3 years to reform apprenticeship, aiming to reverse a decade-long 40% decline in youth participation. Starting spring 2026, short courses will be introduced and small to medium-sized enterprises will receive full funded apprenticeship training. A £140 million pilot program will empower local mayors to link young people with employers and apprenticeship opportunities throughout. The rollout details are still being finalized. Baroness Smith described the reforms as a determined shift to focus apprenticeship training on young people alongside modernizing the system to support adult learners through short courses. Now, Germany Foreign Minister Johann Wadepool has said that Germany is yet to receive any rare earth export licenses from China, despite months of negotiations and the release of an initial batch of permits. Speaking during his first official visit to Beijing, Wadepool noted that more diplomatic work is needed to secure access for German industries. The lack of licenses poses a challenge for Germany's manufacturing sector, especially in auto electronics and defense, which rely heavily on China's rare earth supplies. China introduced strict export controls on the 17 rare earth minerals in April 2025, citing national security concerns amid rising U.S.-China trade tensions. Wadepool remarks highlight the growing strain in China-EU trade relations and the urgency for Germany to diversify its supply chains. He emphasized the importance of stable trade ties and urged China to ensure fair access to critical minerals, warning of long-term economic disruptions if the issue remains unresolved. Now, the European Union plans to postpone until December 16th its legal proposals to expand the carbon border levy and potentially weaken the 2035 ban on new CO2 emitting cars, according to a draft European Commission agenda. The Commission officials continues to negotiate the timing, and the draft may still change before final publication. The delay comes amid ongoing discussions among member states seeking to balance environmental ambitions with industrial competitiveness. Some EU countries have expressed concern that stricter carbon tariffs and accelerated bans on inter-combustion engine vehicles could hurt domestic industries, particularly the auto sector. This postponement underscores the EU's cautious approach in implementing climate regulations while maintaining economic stability. Analysts suggest that the final proposal could influence the pace of the green transition, shaping investment in low-emission technologies and affecting global trade dynamics in the automotive and energy sectors. Now, Enugu Rangers delivered a commanding 4-1 win over Bayelsa United on Sunday at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium to stay hot in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Chidozie Iwundu was the star of the show, bagging a quick-fire brace in the 10th and 17th minute to put Rangers firmly in control early on. Bayelsa managed to pull one back, but Rangers maintained dominance with 2 more goals to seal a convincing home victory. The win underscores the Flying Antelopes' title credentials as they continue their impressive form this season. Meanwhile, the Ikene Remo Stars edged Eyimbas 2-1 in a tightly contested encounter, thanks to a brace from Victor Mbauma. His performance helped Remo secure all 3 points and maintain pressure at the top of the table. The result keeps both sides in contention as the NPFL title race intensifies heading into the second half of the season. Now, Liverpool forward Mohamed Salah may miss Tuesday's UEFA Champions League clash against Inter Milan as the club holds talks over his recent public remarks. The Egyptian's availability has come under scrutiny following strong statements made earlier this week, prompting management discussions behind the scenes. Football journalist Fabrizio reported on Monday that Salah's place in the traveling squad is not guaranteed, with final decisions expected later today. Internal discussions are taking place after Salah's strong words Romano posted on his X, hinting at possible disciplinary action or tactical consideration. Head coach Arne Slot is scheduled to stress the press later this afternoon, where he is expected to provide a further insight into the situation. The uncertainty around Salah's involvement comes at a crucial time for Liverpool, who are looking to maintain momentum in Europe's top competition. Fans now await the club's final word on the Stars' availability. Now, that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, yes, a quick recap of today's top stories. The federal government inaugurates a National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to oversee a smooth rollout of new capital gains tax. And World Bank loans to Nigeria set to reach $9.65 billion between 2023 and 2025 as disbursement accelerate across key sectors. And geopolitical tensions linger as United States excludes South Africa from 2026 G20 summit, inviting Poland in its place. And President Donald Trump raises concern over Netflix's planned $72 billion purchase of Warner Brothers Discovery Movie Studio and HBO streaming networks. And in sports, Enugu Rangers thrashed Bayelsa United 4-1 on Sunday at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium to stay hot in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priya Kromale. Good afternoon to you.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. And the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18, where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We'll just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, it seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No, because and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world, because our coaches are not even our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. work, they say, pays. Aigboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
SOUQ News, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje Imokwede is back again. Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Dada of Opobo, they taught them about King Dada of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-granddaughter. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. JD7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept my resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers there. When the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes. a kind of mentor.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anekinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetono built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju-Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetono, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.